Good evening, chat. Hello. Hope you guys are doing well. We are on day 9 of Karen Reed. And I'm sorry, but a lot of you out there, it sounds like you're going to have to suffer. Going to have to sneeze. You're going to have to cope. As Walter Malone says, Sean's late because he hates us. Like, yeah, I don't know how late I am. I don't know how late I am, but I guess, guess I was on time. Good job out there. Good job out there. William Smith is waiting. The other one's scheduled 5 days from now. Sorry about that. Blade 2.0 says Sneed. But yes, guys, day 9 of the Karen Reed trial. And welcome to the show. If you guys are new, my name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I'm a defense attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area, and we are going to get started here. So I've had time to think about Jen McCabe and all the stuff that's happened so far. And excuse me. I don't think the defense has done as good a job as it sounds at the end of the day. I've had some time to reflect on it. I still, obviously they're still behind because remember, the benefit's always on the prosecution side. I don't think the defense has gotten where they need to be. I mean, they're in a better spot than they were, but remember, the last time around it was a hung jury. So obviously what they were doing last time didn't cut the mustard either. I still think they're kind of in a similar position. Overall, I still think they're in a similar position. Now, does that mean they're hopeless? No, but they're going to have to get up and go soon. They're really going to have to get up and go. I think there's a lot that they need to do at this point. So we are... Brad says, lock of the week, she's going away, chat. So I'm not sure. Like I said, I just feel like they're not really getting it done. Remember, we still got a lot left to do. Logan Orr for $5 says, my Chevelle is currently broke down on the side of the road. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope it's not fatal. Hope you can fix it. I'll be watching while I wait for more tools to be delivered. Well, there you go. Hopefully it happens quick, and hopefully it's something you can fix on the side of the road, and hopefully it's not something that's going to be down for a while, because you get into the nice time of the year where driving around a Chevelle would be fun, cruise around in that bad boy. So, JC says, we all know last time was only hung on the DUI. Here's the problem, though. It sounds like they were about to convict her of manslaughter, though. We don't know for sure, though, but I don't think it was as much as Karen Reed and everybody wants to think like, oh, they had it. Sounds like they got not guilty on murder, but manslaughter was still up in the air. I don't think they were acquitting on that one. So, yeah. And I get it. Jen McCabe's the first domino, but I didn't see a domino fall there. I did not see a domino fall. Can they recall prosecution witnesses during a defense case? At times they can. We'll see what they do. Oh, you can fix anything? Well, there you go. Except for the gays. Well, there you go. Well, good luck. Good luck. Chevelle or Chevette. Well, yeah. Big difference in the cars, yes. Manny B says, for $2, Dews is a union steward for the International Brotherhood of Greens, Local 127. That's right, chat. In addition to making America green again and praying the gray away, and getting the H1 green visas, we have something that was a little started and then kind of petered out, but we have the International Brotherhood of Greens. Do what you can to help support that union against the gray menace. MLS, making it less simple. Hi, David. Hope you're doing well. Guys, he's over watching the Christopher Scher trial. He's a police officer over in Grand Rapids who was in a fight with a gentleman who didn't want to be tased or arrested and ended up having to shoot him in the back of the head. I think rather justly. But apparently they decided to put him on trial, which I think was a horrible injustice. But I know that's still going, so I know David's dealing with that. DA Talks is nice catching another live. Yes. Good to see you, man. And guys, if you want to see stuff out there, DA Talks is a great channel. Covers all kinds of hot goss going around on the internet, especially on YouTube. Deanna says, I felt more confident in a not guilty verdict during the first trial. Of course. That's always the thing. The more times you run a trial, the odds of conviction go up and up and up and up and up. And that's just how it goes. So we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. So let's get started. We will get this going here. Let's see here. Why is this not up? Hold on. I thought I put it up, but I guess I didn't. Hold on. We'll do all right. Once again, chat, we're using NBC Boston. They're pretty good. We don't have closed captioning yet. We'll refresh in about an hour or so and see where we are. But let's get started. So here we go. Remember, we always go a little faster because we can always take advantage of it. There we go. So there's the fan of justice, the oldest fan in Massachusetts. So let's see. Everybody's coming in. They started a sidebar. So here they go.
Hold it in denim within and for the.
Here we go. Jury's in. Let's go. And once again, they have the not very good hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. They have the hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmative.
Oh, yes, chat. I will say, by the way, Turtle Boy, some good news update on Turtle Boy's case. The judge released an opinion today saying that's not direct or indirect contact. So everybody needs to quit crying about it. So Turtle Boy, what Turtle Boy said does not count as contact. So Turtle Boy's, we knew he'd be all right, but it's good to see the judge agrees with us. So the judge released like a 2-sentence ruling saying Turtle Boy's good to go. So there you go.
Were you also able to case
Cross-examination.
I'm sorry. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry. Okay. I thought that we were done with that witness.
I said to cut me off so we could end.
Remember, we're dealing with Hannah Knowles, the MSP toxicologist, where she's saying I could convert the serum results into a BAC level. But she's also admitting if I have garbage given to me, my data is only reliable as the information given to me. And the judge cut them off at the end of the day, but we're probably going to finish her up very quickly.
No, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan did that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me, you can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct, I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me, at your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court. You want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that the type of sample used for their method
So
is
she
serum
has
or
to
plasma.
admit,
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
mhm.
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct.
So, guys, this is all. Notice Hank's not objecting, and she's agreeing 100%. This is the problem with the serum, because you don't get the proper blood alcohol content, because like your serum is more watery than blood, like regular blood, like a blood alcohol test. She's pointing out the difference here, and she's also pointing out I'm only as good as the information given. I don't know how they prepared things. I don't know what they did. I don't know if it was done accordingly. I was given something and I don't know anything else about it. Also, does she have one of those like little stupid things here? Like those weird piercings? Ladies, I don't understand why women do that, but don't do that. It don't look good.
Difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate
That's a mole, that's
the
okay
Good
then.
Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So If it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Mm-hmm.
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Union.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes,
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
there is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So
this will go
no-
more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes,
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes,
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
it's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would medications, some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes,
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right, and the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes,
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
yes,
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
yes,
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
yes,
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
yes,
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end.
Don't
the
let her walk
calculations that
away
you need
from
to do
that.
in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole
You
blood
could have
only
challenged her in a way
translated
that
what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
I get that he's just like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna leave it. You could still say, just would you agree that it's imprecise? She hasn't, like, unlike the other witnesses so far, she's been pretty straight up. So I don't think she's being intentionally evasive overall. So I would have tried it again. I don't know if I would have left that alone. She's been pretty, like, and you're being very calm with her. So she'd be like, would you agree that it's imprecise? And see what she would say. I don't know why I left that alone, but
2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation,
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
but was it
and
imprecise?
it followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
the result of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannini.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, excuse me, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
that's not me, Chad. It's not working right.
No.
Internet.
The calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14.
Well, Chad, that's a big issue there because that's not admissible for an OVI. You can't take blood samples that late and make an OVI work. So, yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work at all. Little Miss is saying here, hold on. She multiplied the serum level by 1.3. And then really, is that all she did? That's a big deal. That's like 9 hours later, 8 hours later. You know, we're like getting to the point of what actually was her BAC. And okay, yeah, so she did 1.3 and 0.9 divided by 7. Well, I don't understand, like, that just doesn't make any sense there, but yes, doing it, like, it's one thing, like, generally presumed, like, in Ohio, and I think most states, for example, within 2 hours of the stop, it's acceptable, as long as it's within 2 hours. But if it's after that, and it starts increasing, like, the admissibility of that starts getting harder and harder to introduce. I mean, I've never had one where it's been, like, 8.5 hours later, but oh my God. If that was an OVI here, I could probably get that blood result tossed or the breathalyzer result tossed or whatever it was tossed. Because now it's on the prosecutor to show what was his BAC at that moment. And like, how do you impute it backwards? It just don't work. That don't work. That don't work that way. So it's interesting. Let's go, Brandon, for 199 to sit down, Clyde's owner. I'll allow it. Okay, of course, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
To 0.28%,
And I'm not bagging on her because she's just like, I work with the information given to me.
correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's
Yes.
blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they'd had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
That's how you
A
get her.
person's
That's how
metabolic
you
rate
get
can
her.
impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
but it's within a standard deviation.
In addition,
thing.
regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct. I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Assist me.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Assist me.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Assist me.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those
Hey,
hours?
Vala.
No, I do not.
Yes.
Assume that Ms. Reed
And notice, chat, that information, she could have had more alcohol. We don't know. Automatically throws us out the window. So it's not like that. You hear people saying like, "Oh, I'll just chug a beer on the side of the road." She had possibly a couple of drinks between then and 6 a.m. I mean, if she was that high on a BAC at that high in the morning at like 9 o'clock in the morning, she probably was drinking for a little while longer. It sounds like.
did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m., would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something,
And Patty B, it's because they're trying to argue with the state is introducing all this science. Now, I agree. The bartender from the waterfall the last time was there. It was CF McCarthy's, who said they watched Karen chug down a couple vodka tonics. And that alone, all of that alone could be used to imply she was intoxicated. But if the state's going to drag in all this science to hang her with, you have to fight back on the science. Because if you can discount all the science, then that just makes the state look dishonest. But I agree at the end of the day. Remember what I said. There's enough evidence here to introduce the idea that Karen Reed was intoxicated and she shouldn't have been driving a car. I don't think anybody in this situation should have been driving cars. I guarantee you, Jen McCabe, the Alberts, the Colakeithises, Brian Higgins, all those guys, Colin Albert, all these people involved for the most part, except for like the younger kids who seem to understand the idea of a DD, they probably all would have got DUIs that night. So I don't understand. I mean, at the end of the day, they could have just got in on the fact that she's drank a lot and they have her receipts, because that's something they introduced later. Her waterfall receipts and her CF McCarthy's receipts. Those could have come in and those will be enough to sink her on being intoxicated. So I don't understand why they're doing this, because this is easy enough to pick apart. But it's a very good point, Patty.
to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the.
Okay, she admitted to dropping John off and she drove home. Unless who got her home, Breezen? That's the issue. How did Jen get back to where? How did Jen leave 34 Fairview Drive? Like Fairview Drive. How did she leave that? She drove the car. She drove her Lexus off. She took her face off. She drove the car off. She drove off and left John. So, yeah, and Jen drove the 34 Fairview. I'm sorry. Jen drove, but I'm sorry. Karen drove. I'm sorry. You got me all. Bleh. Karen drove home. Nobody's saying they took Karen home. My point is, all these people would have been heavily intoxicated. So whoever drove them home, they all would have got DUIs. Karen drove off and left John. She should have probably got a DUI at that moment. I think John let her drive because he didn't want to DUI as a cop. No. Okay, I was okay, stop, chat. We got a little sidetracked there. Just let's everybody stop. Jen, the Kolakithises, Brian Albert, everybody else, Brian Higgins, everybody at the waterfall. They were all intoxicated and they probably all weren't legal to drive. Okay. That includes John and Karen. Okay. They all are intoxicated. So whoever drove whoever home all did a DUI. Karen drove John over to the house. She probably would have been able to get a DUI if she had been stopped. She probably would have got a DUI if she got stopped on the way home. It sounds like they were all drunk while they woke up, too. They all probably would have got morning after DUI still. So that's my point. So that's why somebody was bringing it up. That's the issue. But remember, Karen left receipts at the Waterfall and CF McCarthy's, and she bought a ton of fucking drinks. And it looks like she drank a bunch of drinks. So that's enough. I don't understand. This was unnecessary for the state, but for some reason they want to introduce it. And because they're introducing it, the defense has to disprove it. That's the problem. Now, I hope that makes sense there. No, this is me. Apparently, I said something retarded and I had to fix it. Or Carrie claims she drove. Okay, whoever drove home to there, fine. But whoever woke up in the morning, I understand Carrie saying she drove, but I don't know if that's accurate with Carrie's comments. Carrie's not reliable. Who knows who drove? My point is they were all still heavily intoxicated when they woke up, except for Carrie. But Karen was drunk when she dropped John off. So that's all I'm trying to get to. That's your point, LOL. Okay, I guess we're on the same thing then. So here we go.
Information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
Oh, Lord.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would?
And I will say this, guys, Lally sounds like an entirely different prosecutor than before. He seemed to have found his stage presence. This would have been a lot more projecting and a lot more, I think this would have been a more interesting case had Lally been like this before. Lally before was like, well, do you think you found something? I mean, woo, 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 woo. This is a lot more of a forceful person. So where the hell was this guy the whole time?
See alcohol recorded in hospital records,
Yes, it is.
and specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on.
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have
Not
been
a problem
adjusted
for me.
since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it, or ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
This is not going to hurt. This is not
Now, these
helping
conversion
anybody.
factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
It's not really
Now,
a yes.
if you know how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry,
Like,
can
I
you
don't know
repeat the
what you
question? I don't
mean.
think I understood the
Poor question.
phrase.
Let me rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
And do you have any idea from your training and experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Objection.
Assisting.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. if any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
I was
Why
about
is
to
there
say,
such
she can't.
a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination. Because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams per cent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please. Or
That's the reason why they had to fight this. Some of you guys didn't like it.
Ryan
That's why they had to
Nagel.
do it. So, real quick, you guys had some questions here. I want to get to these real quick. Not necessarily Troop Chat related things, but just serious questions. Valhalla 8 says, a YouTuber / Core TV expert just called me a Nazi and a misogynist on a live stream. Do I have a case? No, but it's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Which one? What? DM me. Tell me which one it was out of curiosity, because I want to go back and see that later. Little Miss saying, does it bug anybody else if she says at least over 100? No, because it's like when you hear these, these coroners, some of them know the amount of things they've done to the body examination to a T. Some of them know, yeah, like it's over 5,000. It's over 100, at least 100. That's an accurate enough number. That just to show I've done this a lot. This wasn't my first day on the job. I understand your concern there, but that's a standard answer. Notice Yannetti was like good enough for me.
Do you solemnly swear the other speaker, court, and jury, in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
May I proceed?
yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying the night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effect from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky,
Was anybody else with you too?
my ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the backseat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brennan, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
record, please.
Pardon. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He is a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Right now.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes,
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right. For
And
them to take a right.
that vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle was coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview,
Mhm.
and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway in the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you.
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
I was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel? No. But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're going to go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
For roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes. Sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were
Do you
two
remember,
doors. Yes.
do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights like dome lighting come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway,
Mhm.
did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling.
So, guys, if you can't figure out what this is, Ryan's basically able to testify. I saw a black car stop. The dome light was on, implying somebody got out. So it's the idea that John did get dropped off at 34 Fairview and that it did happen.
Away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole? As you
I mean, yeah, can you please not spoil? We're trying to get this to here, but you mean like unlike Nuttall where he said I heard it and then it turns out he never actually heard it? Like, did she actually hear it? Is it kind of like Kerry Roberts where I heard it, but they'll wait, Jed McCabe told me she said it? And then Jed McCabe had to say, well, I didn't actually tell the grand jury that, so it's not exactly what was said. I mean, I haven't seen that far yet, but like, you mean somebody finally said they actually heard it and they really heard it, unlike everybody else who did not hear it, but said they heard it? Like, we've already got a bunch of people saying they heard it. It turns out they didn't hear it. So I don't know how devastating it is. Just saying. Just saying.
you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with the hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you
There's
said
some
you saw a
thunder.
woman
Clyde
sitting
is
in the
not
front
happy.
and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left.
Hey, I don't know why we're like, nobody's arguing Karen drove John over there. Like, even Karen agrees I dropped John off at 34 Fairview. Like, everybody agrees that happened. He is really hammering on this for some reason. I don't understand the idea here, Hank. But let's see where he goes, I guess.
Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
These
No,
are
I did
actually
not,
good
sir.
questions
Did you ever see
now.
anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody?
See, I don't think he destroys the timeline. If he's been too drunk to drive, the timeline's not necessarily ruined. Because he can be off, but he could say what I saw. Now, yes, going to this part of, did you see anybody walk through the yard? That's all critical. This, could you tell who was in the car? Everybody knows Karen was in the car. Nobody's contesting that fact. There was no, mystery driver on the grassy knoll. I mean, you would have already known he didn't know the answer to that. So that just seemed like a waste of questions. But now he's getting to some good questions again.
You get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway.
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection. That's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming.
Love that Hank's like, facts not in evidence. The witness is like, yeah. That's a good job, Hank. Jesus. Okay, I guess he's done. Oh, 2.0's home.
Toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antano was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night,
He may have had one or two.
but he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did.
Cat 2.0 just came out back from seeing a friend. Her friend got her this hat, unconsequentially, I guess, for their job, but she wanted you guys all to see it. There you go.
Also, Sean's sweatshirt was hanging up in the laundry room.
There you go. Take your dub.
Like I said.
Enjoy your dub. Enjoy your dub. Enjoy your dub.
Like I said.
Enjoy your dub.
Exactly where it belongs.
All right, we're going back to the trial now.
Hi, chat.
Did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, chat. They're going to get some stuff put up. Here, the sandwiches where you put those two. Funny. I accused someone of hiding it. No, I didn't accuse her of hiding it. I just said she didn't know what she's talking about. I just accused her she didn't know what she was talking about. It's a very common thing for women to talk about things they don't understand.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west.
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right.
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
All right, so it will, go ahead, ma'am.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have popped her on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
I mean, yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Objection?
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question of wanting to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down in both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was in
sorry.
the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
I wasn't looking for that.
But
Just happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got
Guys, it's not really a timeline, but it's the idea at this point now. You can argue that Karen and John weren't fighting. Because that's one of the arguments they make, that Karen and John were fighting and Karen ran him over like, fuck you, John. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. So that's part of what they're trying to argue here, is that Karen wasn't fighting. Karen dropped them off. They were copacetic. You know, they were all lovey-dovey during the day, and that kind of reinforces that notion. Now, he's also trying to draw other issues into question here, but you guys are trying to nail down the minute to minute to minute to minute. This guy's not one of those people. That's really important for that. He brings in other information. So focus on the other information. Don't worry about the timelines as much. Because remember, ultimately, it all doesn't add up. So you guys are worrying about the timelines, and it's not don't worry. The timelines don't add up. Focus on the actual events that get narrated is what I would recommend. Because that's a far easier way to tell who's telling the truth, who's not. Because this guy doesn't come across having to send a lie. He just might be an idiot.
close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Yeah, you guys, he wants to be over with it. He's a real witness. He doesn't want to be here. He's got no dog in this fight. He's like, why the fuck am I here? So no, this is like, he's probably a lot more genuine than a lot of the other people you're going to see.
Sir, you
Well, the
mentioned you
sexy
were
scent
at
does that a
that
little bit.
restaurant
Yeah,
around
but it's-
12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
You know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground, given
Yes,
the weather.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again,
The
sir?
ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow?
No,
On
there's
the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no. I can still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see it?
And guys, I get it. You guys are trying to put the minute timelines together. The bigger thing is here, this guy's just pointing out that early in the night, the ground is still clean. You won't see anything. Like if somebody was laying in the yard, somebody would have seen him. So that's the bigger things. I think I get you guys are like, we need to dial in these times. I get that. But if you're trying to make the arguments, point out this guy's saying you would have seen a body on the ground. So if he didn't see anybody, like, where was John? Because he's like, I didn't see a guy walking around. So where was the guy? And he's like, I looked in the car and I didn't see a guy. And hold on one second. So this is where you could take advantage of that. The body was found on top of the snow, so the body couldn't have been. There was snow on top of the body too, though. So I just, like, my point is, guys, I understand you guys are trying to nail these timelines down. Yeah. We have 2 concrete points to work with. I agree, Luke, but I'm just saying you guys could get a lot out of these people other than just a timeline. So think about all of that. Like, don't just, the timelines are critical, but think about everything else he's giving you. Because if you guys just sit there and go timeline, he's pointing out, like, I didn't see anybody walk up to the house. Okay. But did you see anybody laying on the ground? No. It's kind of important because by this point, John should have been run over by now and laying on the ground. So, I do give a fuck about the timeline, but you have to listen to everything else these guys have. Yeah, and there's no proof, and this is evidence of that proof. But you guys can get the evidence by pointing out, like, you guys are drawing the timeline stuff, but just point out this guy didn't see anybody on the ground. So where was John right then? Was John a ghost? Well, no pun intended, he kind of was. But all I'm trying to say is, guys, focus on a couple different things here.
The missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any
Yes,
human
it's
being,
one
any
part of the
person
puzzle.
lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
Fair
When
enough.
you drove past the SUV, you
get
saw
my
a woman in the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir. It was closed.
Can I have exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
Walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
Sustained.
No, sir. I've never
That
seen
means
that.
you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Can you
That's
take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
And this is a great
Next
argument.
witness
See,
is
guys,
Brennan.
this is
Thank you,
why
Your Honor.
this is some arguments you can make. Like I said, you guys are like timeline. Well, if nobody saw him, where the hell was he? This is an argument you guys need to focus on. What if these guys say, John, dun, dun, dun? Yes, John ascended into the heavens. Yeah, did you ever see that vehicle move backwards on the lawn and hit the man? I think you need to be careful about that. I think it's more than enough to say he didn't what he didn't see. Because if he saw that, he would have said something. So, but there you go, guys. That's all I'm trying to say is there's so much more that we got out of this guy.
Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
All right, hold on here. Let's see if we can pause this and get some closed captioning here. There we
You're
go.
not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, chat. There we go. Now we got closed
You
captioning.
are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
Yeah, that guy was actually very honest. So there you go. Auto doctor, that's an interesting theory, but I don't. And I get all I'm trying to say is here, I don't see the math and how that works. Why does he get in the car with John O'Keefe or Higgins? I don't like I could see it, but figure it out to do it. And I don't think there's anywhere way that works. She looks stoked. I think that's more nerves than anything.
Whenever you're ready. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 29, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were?
No.
That was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky
Where were you sitting?
in the back seat.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes,
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle,
Could
yes.
you describe to the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was the male in the front passenger seat?
Yes,
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
recognized?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No,
Strangers?
yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No,
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
a couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
Maybe,
okay.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No,
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
it was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left,
No,
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night.
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes,
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No,
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct? And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone
Kathy,
with
we'll
you
get to
that
these
night?
in a second.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mhm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
See, guys, this is actually helpful. Where was he? This was very well done. Handled her very
When Ricky was
nicely.
speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house and the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Oh, we got a sidebar. I thought he was asking to ask a like recross again, but let's see. We skip ahead here, chat.
Witness.
The Commonwealth calls Katie McLaughlin.
Okay, chat. We're like actually blowing through people at a decent rate here. This is good. This is like a real trial. Like not every witness is a marathon session. So here we go.
Sorry, President. Why don't we take our morning recess, James?
I was about to say, I got my banner ready and everything.
All
and
right,
shit
please.
here, so. All right.
Close your notebooks.
So we're going to go ahead and skip ahead here, chat a couple of minutes. Here we go. Now, real quick, there were 2 questions somebody wanted to ask. Real quick. Let's go. Brandon says, who picked the red off your lollipop, fatty? I don't know who did. Thank you, Brandon. Kathy, your realtor in Jersey. Guys, remember, you're looking for a realtor in the state of New Jersey? Find Kathy. She'll take care of you. She says, hi, Sean and chat. Did Nagel say he could still see grass? Well, he was made it clear the snow hadn't covered the ground yet. It was just beginning to stick. So the snow wasn't like the ground could still be observed. And then Kathy's saying, but there was snow under John O'Keefe when they found him. No grass. Well, I think the prosecution has claimed there was grass underneath John, but I don't know how accurate that is, especially because, with the whole phone being underneath them and stuff. Remember, there's some things that aren't clear, like what did he look like when he was found? That's still not 100%. And we're going to get to why that's a little weird too. Remember, all that's questions for reasonable doubt. Yeah, the video will answer that question. Yes, to an extent. Once the Jeep moved or never there? Oh, the Jeep was there. The Jeep was 100% there. So, there's all kinds of stuff here that doesn't add up, guys. And that's a good question. Where was the Jeep? What was the Jeep doing when these guys showed up? I don't know. But remember, those are the problems. Like I said, you guys are timeline. Timeline's a piece of the puzzle. Where was this? Where was that? Those are other pieces of the puzzle. So here we go. Here we go.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levenson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then
Brennan did a pump fake. Okay, not all right. Damn you, Hank. That's what I didn't recognize. I recognized her, but I'm like, that's not the same girl from last time. That's not Katie McLaughlin. That's a different person. God damn it, Hank. You messed me up. But he can change his order up like
Levinson.
Ms. Levenson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met
I mean, a good amount of times. And then his father too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No,
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
the side door.
Okay, take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
Behave, chat.
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was there just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on
Okay.
food, but we might have been drinking.
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen / dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked like through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows like to the front of the house had a little like half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see like above that, but not
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it? Did you say the half
like
window?
the dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway,
Yes.
flagpole,
Yes.
street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have like a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, I'm sorry, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes. And then his sister,
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before. No.
Anybody else? Any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking.
You guys are getting wrapped around the wrong thing. Like, you guys are wrapping yourselves around the axle over the stuff that doesn't matter. They're considered kids because a lot of people would consider them kids. They're a bunch of the youngins hanging out, drinking on their own. Like, that's all you need to worry about. Like, if Hank and if Jackson and Eddie are not objecting and flipping tables, it's probably okay. It's probably okay. Like, everybody agrees it's a differentiation of the groups. There were the youngins already drinking at home, and then the adults were out. Like, the older people were drinking at the bar. So, like, you guys remember, you guys got to focus on the things that matter. Just focus on the things that matter. 23 isn't an adult. I mean, yeah, a little bit. I'm not trying to be feisty, you guys. I'm just trying to say, think about, like, focus on what she's saying, what she's not saying. Right now is not really relevant. A lot of the shit Hank's going to bring up isn't going to matter. Give it a couple of minutes, and then we're going to get to the parts that really matter. Like, we're getting to where everybody's coming home. Those are the timelines that matter now. Well, now we're getting to that part of what matters. Brazen says, Dewey, it's a YouTube chat. What? No, I'm just saying, don't worry about that. Like, you guys just were like, this isn't, she's not super helpful till we get to, like, what she saw, like, right now. But you have to tell a story here. I haven't spazzed on. Okay, Breezen, look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel like I was spazzing. Okay, my apologies if you did. But if you guys, one of you makes a comment, I think it's worthwhile because you're probably not the only person thinking it. Like you spaz like I said, Karen, when I said Jen earlier. Yeah, like I said, I owned up. I messed up. We were talking past each other and I stepped all over my dick there. So just like, you know, I like, because you're probably the only person saying, oh my gosh, 23 is not a kid. It's like, it doesn't matter. So just saying.
Socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate
okay.
it, but
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Sorry. Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, were talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this
no,
second
yeah,
from Julie.
yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out
Yes.
for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed? Wind or
Yes.
temperature?
Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
What seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around, just kind of looking, and we saw a lone.
We could take. I was going to say, I'll take issue with that, but fair.
Loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly? Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McKay vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes, was it
Okay.
I'm sorry, was it the passenger side of the McKay vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes,
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so. Yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
So her argument is she saw after
Ultimately,
the
did you get home
flagpole
that
and
night?
after the body.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Levenson.
Good morning.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, by the way, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and McCabe's.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last 8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says, I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him.
Yeah, she wasn't
When
that
you left 34
defensive.
Fairview to join
think.
Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at the time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
The yard is flat.
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked up toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction when you walk out of the door. Obviously, you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car.
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, You had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes,
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levenson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes,
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
yes,
And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well,
about the ride home.
about the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car.
Yes,
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time.
yes,
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door.
correct, yes,
And you saw that?
yes,
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably, I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. You're gonna have just a moment.
Okay.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes,
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No,
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. May we approach?
That's a very important question. I don't see. She could say why she was. Were you confused? Yeah. Why did that? Did it seem weird to you? She can answer that question. I don't know why she won't let him answer. It was Proctor's partner gamble. Boo. Boo. Yeah. And guys, yes, all this is just showing nobody actually saw John out in the snow. This is actually very helpful for Karen right now. So let's keep it rolling. This guy says she ever saw John O'Keefe that night. No, it does not sound like it. So, but remember, her argument is we were driving down the road and I didn't really notice. I didn't look up until we had already passed the Alberts property. So that's the issue. She's like, we were already like in between the properties before I looked up. So yeah, did it seem odd it took so long? And yes, it is weird that nobody saw the dog for ever and ever and ever.
May I go?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Have you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said.
Okay.
Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly. Can I have Exhibit 3, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
Hank kind of fucks himself there by saying from that view, could you see the house? Well, if there's a guy, like, if we just rewind this just a hair, I don't think this helps Hank like he thinks it does. Because if you go back just a little bit here,
No.
The bushes or the
Here
fire
we
hydrant
go.
in that area? Came out of the house and went to the car. Were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have a car?
is this it? Yeah. So if this is where she said she's looking back towards the house, you know, I'm looking back towards the house. I don't see a dead guy like right here. That is, you know, it's one thing if you like John O'Keefe was like over here, but you're looking at the house like this is in your peripheral, like this is in your vision right here, and you don't see the body laying on the ground. Like, come on. I don't know if that was a great demonstrative for Hank, but he did it. So let's see if Jackson capitalizes on it.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levenson, you are all set. Thank you. And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
You told us that you have to see the court and jury in case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
Good morning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie McLaughlin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No,
Do you investigate crimes?
no,
Do you write police reports?
no,
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
no.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life,
Do you have a chance, if you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
if we can. Yep.
Is there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of when someone would write a report as a firefighter paramedic?
Depending on the call, there would be a report written by the officer on the call. That's just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through. If you're on a group and you rotate through a schedule, it's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As the back step that night, did you have any specific or general responsibilities if there was a call?
Generally, if it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them. Whatever they ask you to do or need you to do, you're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at the scene and you're on the back step, are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift, started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
The fire truck. Does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those are activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw the emergency vehicles, did you see any people
Yes.
while you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they were going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, up off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects? In that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay. At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they wear?
Black suit.
And do you see that person sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder, or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer
We're getting back
asked
to I
her-
hit him again.
said, "You what?" And she repeated it again. "I hit him." And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that
What I
woman
lie
was?
about?
do.
Tell me.
Who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No,
Do you know her personally now?
no,
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
no.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him, Miss McCabe was trying to intervene.
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was.
Sustained. Disregard.
Yes, we're still on
Did Miss
direct.
McCabe interject verbally?
This is
Yes.
still on direct.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is a disturbing scene. I'm like, you're a firefighter and a paramedic. You haven't seen like massive traumatic amputations, somebody stuck in a car screaming as they're dying, and you got to cut open the car like a can opener. Like, you tell me you've never been to any of those? Like, that is an issue for me. Like, I don't know how this alone is disturbing. Like, how? Like some frozen stiff out in the yard somewhere. Like, I mean, I've seen some pretty grody accidents and cleaned, like seen some shit get hosed off the road before. Like, this isn't that. Yeah, like somebody slamming into a car, motorcycle pieces all over the road. Like, you know, what's the, you know, I just don't understand this. So, she meant for a normal person. Well, she's not a normal person. She's a seasoned veteran firefighter. A little weird. A little weird.
So
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
with the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out.
I know she's friends with the Alberts,
I
guys. We're just,
see her in group settings. I
we haven't gotten there
socialize
yet.
with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends or friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house have anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen of the flagpole?
Which one?
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
Okay. And that time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please.
Guys, I will say Brennan does a far better job of showing this compared to Lally. Lally's presentation this last year, how many of you guys remember it? It made no goddamn sense. This is actually a far more dialed in thing. Like I said, Hank Brennan gets a lot of points for doing this right.
Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes.
What color jacket?
The red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
Do you see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Okay, continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
And chat, I've had time to think about this. I hit him thing. This really is not going to probably do it because I think even the jury's going to realize, like, she's like, let's say it happened. Let's pause it. Let argue, assuming an arguendo. This happened. She's going to be like, oh my God, I hit him. Not like, I hit him. Yes. No, it's like, oh my God, did I hit him? Like, that's what people are going to be thinking. So I don't understand why they're harping on this. This doesn't get them anywhere. Just like, if I'm Hank, I would show, look, the guy's dead. He obviously didn't get killed inside, so he must have got hit by the fucking car, is his argument. Going through all of this, I don't think helps him, just like the jump cut videos do not help him. And especially now we've gone through I hit him, through Nuttall, McCabe, Kerry Roberts. It's all shown to be they didn't actually hear what they heard. So now you're going to say, but wait, she's telling the truth. I don't see how this helps you in that regard, but whatever. Like I said, I'm not Hank, but I just don't see how this helps him right now. Yeah, she spoke to a lot of other people besides Karen, so.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort, or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide, is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah. In this particular,
I'm
this
not asking
scenario,
about
it's,
this sentence.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
yeah.
That's important to determine, correct?
Yeah.
You want to get the person's age. You want to get the person's date of birth. You want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened. Why are we here? Correct?
Yes.
Did the person fall out of a tree? Or
Right.
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
Right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes.
That's the whole point, Ms. McLaughlin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened, document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
Yeah. You have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No.
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today. And if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully.
And you and Mr. Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Howard, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Sustain.
Mr. Brennan telling you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me. Objection.
Sustain.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Howard on direct examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct? Objection.
Sustain.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like that? I would like this information brought out so it's not brought out on cross-examination.
No.
At the last hearing when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it? Objection.
Sustain.
Maybe approach.
Yeah, that's not. He's allowed to say that. You didn't bring this up the last time. I brought it up. I embarrassed you. Like, you weren't honest about that. He has every right to bring that up. Haley Wool says, why do you need me a few times for a 25-minute direct? She is a critical witness, guys. Like, she's one of the critical witnesses. Like, she is the direct person who Karen said, remember, this is Hank's theory. She's the one Karen said, I hit him directly to. So she's a very critical witness. Given how things went for her the last time, meeting for a couple of times, I mean, I doubt they met with her an hour each time. They probably only could meet with her so much. But meeting a couple of times, it's actually very important. It's very, very important. It's about preparation. I will say this much. Hank is prepared pretty damn good for this. You missed, I hit him. I hit him. There, 3 times. But no, that's not that rare at all. Especially the prosecutor. And it helps because she's part of the government. So he can call them and say, hey, I want to talk to her. And if she blows them off, he can call her boss and then bitch her out. And she gets in trouble. Like when I was assistant prosecutor, we had that happen once where a deputy blew us off for an interview. Well, guess what we did? We called the sheriff's office and was like, hey, guess who didn't show up for their interview today? And we got a call and he called us immediately on his cell phone. He's like, oh shit, it's my day off. I'm sorry. I'll be there now. Yes, it's 4 now. I'm sorry, guys. Yes. But I'm just saying, yes, everybody's so sure. Well, but this is where showing up is very important. But yes, and that's the other thing too, guys. I hit him 4 times. So Jen McCabe's like, I'm sure it was 4. I know it was 4. Carrie Roberts like, I know it was 4. Nuttall says, I know it was 3. Like, they're like, I all know it was 3. But somebody else, like, it was 4. So who got it right? Who's telling the truth? So they really don't know what the hell they heard. Do we know? No. Yeah, it was 8 times. These are the things. I know you guys are liking the timeline thing. This shit is more gold than the timeline, I think, ultimately. For right now. It's 4, Sean. It's inflation. Yes. If there's a trial number 3, it'll be 5 times. There we go. Well, it's a very good question, Haley. I just wanted you to know, I think that's actually a very important question. Yeah, he should be allowed to ask this question. He's smiling. I don't know if that's good or bad.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, we were talking about, very briefly, your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago...
She did let him. I'm surprised. I thought she'd fuck him over.
Disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ooh, nice try.
Did you
Nice
tell
try.
anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Oh, this makes the witnesses all
No,
look bad.
only when there
This
started
helps a
to
lot.
be a lot of harassment and things insinuations and stuff that started coming out online. I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. McLaughlin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding.
Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, I'm sorry, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
How was there harassment and insinuations that haven't been disclosed at the first proceeding?
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet and has been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on since before the first proceeding.
If you hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed, how could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. Do you understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
Okay, yes, but the credibility is really important here, Luke, because we could say the state gave you a bunch of witnesses. Nuttall, Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe. They were all fucking full of it. Like, that really is damaging to the state's case because she's saying 4 times. And then now you have her being pretty duplicitous on the stand. This is all actually pretty critical. I think this actually, it's not going to sink their ship, but God, why is Hank putting up all these shitty witnesses? And I think Alan Jack is doing a good job being nice and quiet and very calm with her. Hopefully he doesn't ratchet it up. The way he's doing it right now is the way to do it.
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lowry?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Mr. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't remember
Not-
specifically.
I'm sorry, Miss Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you complained that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, Ms. McCabe is standing across from you.
Miss
Hey.
Reed was on the right, Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
Fair enough. I agree with you still. I still agree with you on that point.
Can you tell me if you recognize the still shot in that photograph?
Yeah, guys, that was all the feed.
I recognize me in it. Yes.
And when is that approximately, does that approximate what you're describing as that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
50?
Do you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Seraph.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said I hit him, and then the officer said you what? And then she said I hit him, and he said go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, Court Commission, starting at 9:15, about 9:46. Can you stop it? Did you see the 2 people enter from screen right?
Yes.
Who is that?
That would be myself and Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her, asking the questions, and then we eventually came, here to this point and came to a stop.
So my answer, your answer is yes. This is the point at which you converged with Miss McCabe and the
Yes.
officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. You see yourself sort of in the foreground of the bright jacket.
Yep.
And Miss Reed's just on the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
standing there?
Yes.
Okay, what are your thoughts on? Ms. McLaughlin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
See, this is where you get her. Oh, it was disturbing, and she was hysterical. Did she look hysterical there? Y'all weren't there. Y'all don't know what it was like. It's like, no, that's not how this goes, man. It's not how this goes. Come on, honey.
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video? Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
You got there, a lot of things had happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? The hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but
didn't
like I
ask you if
said.
she had been.
Yeah, but I
I'm
think
asking you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened when. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm not asking you what happened before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Not in that video.
Okay, thank you. And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down, right?
Yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which McCabe said, you're hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen. You're being hysterical. Calm down. You're hysterical. Just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was making.
I see.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably 40, 50 seconds or so, maybe it's a minute. That's what you're saying now. Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was obviously Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that was not, you need to calm down. Stop saying that.
Right in front of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained. You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Serum, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the I hit him repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nagel?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
In the ambulance, this is my ignorance, I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and warm for patients?
Yes.
That was running as well?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yeah.
So if that door closed, those doors closed, how many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, firefighter Nagel and firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nagel what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nagel heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to those two. They heard it directly from you, correct?
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
I gave them.
Is
Objection.
that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
No. You look. I have May 3.
Okay, thank you.
Brennan.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me repeat.
No, no.
You see that? May I?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Mr. Jackson, why don't you-
The open-ended question, who's Caitlin?
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, you didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
we're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
You didn't say we've been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook.
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship, just her one-on-one.
You
It's
grew up-
just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken 4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
One of your best friends named Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
You would even spend the night in the apartment, correct?
Maybe a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years, correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
All right, here we go. This is just. I think he should probably end it here. Like, I think it's time. If he keeps going here, this is not a good idea, in my opinion. But we'll see where he goes. I think he should wrap this up. Not to show she was inconsistent. There's enough there, but doing all this, I don't know. Oh, look, Paul's in the back. They make Paul sit on back bench. Paul's so sad.
Yes.
Hold on. Paul can't see Karen Reed lady. Paul wondered why name Karen Reed book. Paul cannot read. Okay, here we go. Have you ever tried to tell the gay justice what?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
She has negative credibility now, but how much are you getting out of her right now?
Just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of pages and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those pages.
You like the Paul sad moments? Paul want to chase sun cross sky. Paul never catch sun.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
The photographs. Next question.
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Objection. Do you see, does every one of those photographs include you? Objection.
Sustained.
Does every one of those photographs include Caitlin Albert?
Objection. I'd like a curative instruction.
Sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than
I mean, I grew up where we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems and everything.
May I approach?
Yes.
I can have this, please. The reality is, you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with
Objection.
Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
You've been photographed with Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
A sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your
Oh,
Honor.
go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends. That group of girls.
Yeah.
Okay, he's getting mad now. This is not working. But yes, I hung out with them at a bunch of things. That does make it more than, oh, I'm just friends. Like getting invited to some stuff, like you just show she's not being honest. Like, and it's a little sketch. Like just bring it up and leave it out there. They're like, it's just so fucking weird. But really hammering on this is, I don't remember hammering her this hard before, but I wouldn't keep hammering on this, Jackson. Like I said, I would have quit a while ago.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
So you've had those photographs
Not the
represent
beach
at least
pictures and
represent
stuff.
some of the celebrations that you had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
I'm objecting.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation in Maine with Caitlin Albert?
No, I don't know. That's the name of the town. I
Um,
don't remember.
You've indicated that you've had baby showers where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
I approach.
No. Next question.
You just looked at the photograph. of you.
I just glanced through them.
Objecting to this
Sorry.
whole line.
The objection is sustained.
The reality is, Ms. McLaughlin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school, I'm sorry, I went to high school with somebody by that name?
I said that and I described the relationship numerous times throughout that testimony to clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes. And Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022, you were contacted by a member of the Canton Police Department to set up an interview for you.
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton police officer who coordinated that interview with you?
I have no knowledge of that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert ever
You can't remember who it was that set up the meeting.
I'm not sure about that.
because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
Wait for
sorry.
the question.
If you can't remember who it was that called you specifically, how can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up
No,
about Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is
you have a memory or do
Could
you
you answer
not?
the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer my question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up and it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56.
Oh, now we got her. Okay.
15.
Okay. I mean, is she going to say it was a Canton cop? That's not a bombshell. I guess, Jackson, I would have left this alone by now. You're beating a dead horse. You're not getting what you're not getting the you are expending way too much energy to get these little gains out of her. You're pulling a Ukrainian army right now, homie.
Question: do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer? Say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. Wants to have an interview. Answer: I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said, I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton police about that interview or that setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
As you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role. You did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, McLaughlin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides? Or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, you had never responded to a homicide before. You certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
Like you indicated as much on direct examination that you were not and are not now a trained detective. Is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been
Yeah,
trained,
this
no
still
advanced
isn't.
training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialize statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
Nope.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John McKeith. Is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure and in a very limited context, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a tape recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
There's no audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Ms. Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him," is that right?
Correct.
It's your experience that people under pressure, people under stress, because you go to high stress situations all the time as a firefighter paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you
Yeah.
wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion, or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I hit him?
I did not.
Ms. McLaughlin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
I don't have any.
Where'd they go?
It's not in the role that I was in. I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
So you didn't write anything down? You didn't have any opportunity to write
I didn't.
anything down? You're just going by your memory.
Yes.
The bigger question is, did the lead paramedic write any of this down? Did you tell your lead paramedic what's going on? I don't know if he's going to go to that question soon, but I don't think that's in the lead paramedic's notes that firefighter McLaughlin said blah, 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 blah. Which, yes, they're not like cops for each one of them writes a report, probably, but somebody should have documented that. Like, here's what she said. To verify it was a vehicular incident. and why we treated him that way, but that's not addressed.
Want to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
I think she says she reported, but it's not clear. Yeah, she could have just answered the questions as yes or no. That's the thing, chat. When you are a witness and you just answer the fucking question.
Mark in that video
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
with the yellow and the red.
Yes.
I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. McLaughlin, to your right and your left hands as this video plays. Could we go ahead and play it? Pause it. What are you looking down at?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing. Pause it. Is this still the part of the interaction where my client is overly frantic and almost hysterical?
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Okay. Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. McLaughlin, it's easiest to say from a video, isn't it? It's a video. Best
yeah, I
evidence
mean,
is
she's
video.
kind of, she's not totally in view. And I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she was hysterical too.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point at which Ms. McCabe is saying, calm down, you're being hysterical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second. And we'll play it again. This is the point at which you said my client had just said, I hit him, basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
And Officer Seraph is standing right there.
Yes.
You see any reaction from him right there?
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry.
Do you see any reaction from him?
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
You'd have to play it again. I wasn't looking at that part.
Do you see him handcuff my client?
Oh, no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here is what.
So they handcuffed her?
No.
Right. They didn't handcuff her,
No.
even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, I hit him.
And Officer Seraph just stands there and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Oh, we have.
You should.
Mrs. McLaughlin.
Okay, so let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think you'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video. Go ahead.
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it.
Okay.
Continue. Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did. Sometimes it's easier to just write it down on your glove.
Right. You write, I hit him on your
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. Still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
And have the lights up. Whatever it was that you were talking to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, right?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
You write things down. Yes, sir?
Yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, you write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
You might write down 46, his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was. Well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables. It was just told you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you cried, right?
Yeah, I had that in my head, and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen, right in your right hand, writing things, correct?
Yep.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that, and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you're wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where's that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mhm.
Is that right? Is
Yes.
that yes?
Yes.
So we don't know what was actually on or not on that glove, do we?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove.
And
I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it down with that pen. It's very conveniently in your right hand, correct?
It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either. Objection. That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior proceeding, was he leaving something out when he was showing you that, asking you questions?
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said you went to high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I
See,
explained the relationship.
This is where Bev should be punched. Like Hank should get. They should. Like, Hank knows he's fucking around by saying Alan Jackson's lying and hiding. You're not allowed to do that. Well, but Bev should be calling him saying, "Knock it off, Hank," but she won't.
Over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 20 times, didn't you?
I'm sure it was that many.
You didn't simply just say somebody named Kate. I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at that, did you?
No, I didn't.
You remember saying, I would say more acquaintances, not close friends?
Right.
You remember immediately saying after that, I would say we had mutual friends. We might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you described the relationship.
Yes.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
You were being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall.
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely different officer set up the meeting. And you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up,
Yes.
followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up? And you said you didn't.
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you would then ask, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
In fact, when you spoke, or the defendant spoke to you, you were simply trying to get background information to help Mr. O'Keefe. When she told you, I hit him, did she say that she hit him with something?
No.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot?
No,
or Alexis?
no.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained as to
Why didn't you persist in getting more information from the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him?
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No,
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't ever forget those statements.
I have no further questions.
anything, Mr. Jackson?
Very briefly, that was a disturbing scene, you said, correct?
Yes,
An emotional scene.
yes,
right?
yes,
Scene that was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people,
yes,
For a lot of reasons, right?
yes.
And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct?
I-
That's when details start getting missed,
I guess it depends on the situation.
right? But this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No,
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, John. You did ultimately start talking about your relationship in more detail with Caitlin Owen under my question, didn't you, after that first date? Is that right?
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs, correct?
Objection.
Was that when you were seen showing photographs?
I don't know. I've described it so many times. I don't remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
Thank you. That's all right.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later into lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes and wrap it 5 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
All right,
Follow
chat.
me.
We're at lunch. No breaks for chat, though. No breaks for chat. You don't believe her at all? I mean, I do believe her, but it's just... I mean, at the end of the day, it just sounds like none of this was put into anybody's reports. And that's something, if you guys are new, we'll get to it, but like, nobody did any reports, really. Like, all the people who arrived on the scene at first never wrote a report in any way, shape, or form. So, I mean, like I said, there's a lot of problems here. There's a lot of problems. Real quick, I'm going to go, we got to catch up on some super chats and stuff here real quick. Brennan on redirect when McLaughlin was devastating. One, I mean, okay. Well, and then Hella gifting 5 subs. 5. Thank you, Hella, for doing your support. I appreciate your support and your generosity. Nick Kreuzer says, one more W for 2.0. Thank you. Suki with the Golden Corral voucher, the good Golden Corral voucher, that good stuff. Gifted not 1, not 2, but 3 subs. Suki, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Whiskey 77, thank you, man. Saying, Sean, listen to Sean disregard. He can't find a sweatshirt. Yeah, well, 2.0 was not exactly right herself. Kathy, yeah, I mean, like, they were saying the snow was, like, starting to fall. But, yeah, ultimately, they would have seen somebody laying on the ground. So, like I said, Nagel and the girlfriend, Levenson, didn't help the state as much as I think they thought that it helps. No Mayo's been a member of 3 months. A spaz, Sean. Yes. Let's go. Brandon says, do you deny this girl is on 1 to 10 plus drugs, Sean? Oh, no, I think Sarah Levenson was on probably quite a few drugs. Yes, Threads is right. These people, as a paramedic, you see wild shit. I know. That's why I'm like seeing some guys, some frozen stiff in the snow. It's like, really? You haven't been to like a traumatic amputation? Like I said, blood and there's smoke in the air. People are screaming and crying, like, like really screaming. Like just this idea that she's never been anything serious. I'm like, I find it hard to believe. Find it hard to believe. Beautiful Waterfalls. It's not a confession. She could be a hysterical woman. I understand that. But I also understand the idea, like, if she said, like, I mean, the bigger thing is, she says all of this, and at the end of the day, she could say I hit him, but the evidence doesn't show she hit him. So I robbed a bank today. I robbed a bank in Willoughby, Ohio today. I robbed a bank in Menor, Ohio today. I robbed a bank at downtown Cleveland, chat. Does that mean I did it? Well, if we can find out there's no bank robbed today, does that mean I robbed it? Or you find out someone else robbed it, but nobody robbed the bank, right? Yeah. The defense doesn't want to concede. She said it. Yeah, I understand. But I'm just pointing out that even if she did say it, and even if you believe she said it, how does that account for the fact that it doesn't look like John O'Keefe got hit by a car? And I don't think it works. I think the state is focusing on the wrong things. I think the defense is going the wrong way too. Brad says, when I was an EMT, guy had both arms pulled off by a giant ground auger. Yeah. Carla says, this Mexican drove into a concrete wall once and it was gnarly. I bet. This poor lady never saw a train accident. Yeah. Yeah. So, Yaya says, Maxon hurts the defense because she never saw O'Keefe in the house or any fight screams. Well, remember, I think that they're going to, well, it all depends on the way the defense goes. If the defense is smart, and I think at least they started this way, they didn't start off with her being framed. If they just focus on where did John O'Keefe crack his skull? If they avoid this theory that there was some massive murder plot and just he cracked his head somewhere, you can't account for it. None of the witnesses in the house can attest to it. And if Heather Maxon's the most reliable witness, then the McCabe's, the Colathesises, and the Alberts are fucking liars. You've got reasonable doubt. Where did John O'Keefe get hurt? I don't know. Reasonable doubt. So I hope that's what they do, because if they get to the part of fighting and the screaming and everything, it's just, yeah, Karen's probably going to, like I said it before, if they harp on that, Karen's toast. So it all depends on what they do. It all depends on what they do. But this does help the defense in a way because, well, they never saw O'Keefe in the house. Okay. But they didn't see O'Keefe in the car. So John O'Keefe must have been on the ground already hit by then. Nobody saw John O'Keefe on the ground. So, and her testimony of, well, somebody helped me, like that's just, like I said, you can look at it both ways there. You can look at it both ways. So let's skip ahead, chat. Shh. Oop, they came back for a second. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, guys, we're got about an hour and a half left. About a little under an hour, over an hour and a half.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
As a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what department were you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties include regular patrol duties that a regular police officer would do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence.
The cops already engaged in terrorism. Although, did he, like, the FBI does that, sir, so you can't steal their job from them with domestic terrorism.
Buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a small department or a typically large department for that size?
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
Is Canton, do you receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroads in Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well, and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in 2006. I was assigned as a task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, et cetera.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to become a sergeant, or is there another process you have to go through?
That's where they rank you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later, you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28, 2022 into January 29, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours around 6 a.m., Were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was like that early morning?
Yes, there was a nor'easter, which was snow, wind.
Did anything interrupt your plan of working later that day?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
Shortly after 6 a.m., I received a call from Sergeant Sean Good of Canton Police Department.
After you received a call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a police cruiser?
It was larger. It was four-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car with a tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by another supervisor.
Why did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow. The way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Why?
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home, a personal tent?
It was an 8x8 pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's the call. The Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, do you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton?
Which is just another layer to this incompetency and weird poor performance onion we have in this. Like, everybody didn't do their job, and that's the weirdest part of all.
Police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down, I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarif.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes.
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes,
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
Not at that time, no.
When you learned that Mr. O'Keefe was found outside, did you go look at the particular area?
Yes,
Can you describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
sure. It was on the left side of the property of 34 Fairview. You could see where first responders and witnesses and police officers had walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the property line of number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There might have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No,
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No, it was not. It was blowing wildly in the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use of putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had, at any point before you got there, gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Oh, no, did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches an hour, if I recall.
Did you have any idea how hard the ground was at that point?
It was frozen.
No, did you have any idea?
It was frozen.
I'll allow it.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you want to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I would miss something or possibly break something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
What was your decision about how you would search that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you?
Okay, so like 4 inches in 6 hours is a lot of snow. Remember, like it started snowing just after midnight, and by like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, we got 4 inches on the ground. That's actually a lot of snow. It's not a little bit.
Think of a way that you could look below the top of the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before and making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
Okay, yes, guys, if you live in Minnesota, that's not a lot of snow. If you live in the snow belt, that's not a lot of snow. But for that area, I'm pretty sure it's probably a lot of snow. Also, I will say, I know people hate on this, but the leaf blower is a pretty creative idea to deal with the snow. I don't know if I would have done it, but that's actually one of the few things I think this guy did that I thought was actually kind of creative.
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
To clear the area, controlled, slowly, so any potential evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, are you still have no information that it's a crime scene?
We had no information on a crime at that time.
Did Sergeant Good come back with a leaf blower?
He did.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
I'm not going to lie, guys. I said that the last time. I thought that was actually a pretty good idea. Trying to like blow away the snow to see what's there. Otherwise, you have to sit there and sift through all the snow with like gold panning equipment. Sit there and sift the snow out like you're at the beach. Like that doesn't make any sense. I thought that was a good idea the first time. The rest of what they do is completely retarded, but that little bit wasn't a bad idea.
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow.
Fair enough.
I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots, becoming brighter red. So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA. And I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container to put the coagulated blood in?
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
I got them from Lieutenant Gallagher, who lived in the neighborhood.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Did he work for the Canton Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Do sometimes the crime lab test evidence and sometimes not?
Of course, yes.
Is that your decision?
No.
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to excavate the area?
It did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good memorialize your efforts to excavate the area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
I'm going to move to introduce two videos that council has.
So there's no objection to these videos, right?
No objection.
651.
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we show number one, please? Could you, Ms. Gilman, stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame? That's good right there. Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
Did the leaf blower work as you had hoped?
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how
No,
those
I don't
footprints
want to
got
read
there?
this.
Some of them were from first responders.
I mean, like,
Some
the
of
hell
them
you
were for
gonna do?
witnesses.
You gotta do
The
something.
ones up top by the flagpole were for when the officers put out the crime scene tape.
Did officers try to wrap the crime scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant Lang's footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it, did it have any damage to it?
It did.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman? Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please.
I forget if this video is in the first trial or not. Although,
Thank you. Could you have the lights on, please?
not a Pink Floyd thing.
Did you or any officer at your direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
It is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared to you that morning?
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I've moved these two photographs into the evidence, please.
Okay. Do you want it to be 52 and 52A?
Please, Your Honor.
It's 52, 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence that the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Line.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
In addition to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
They were stacked in a bag.
Now this part I
Heavy
still
bag.
can't understand.
It was a craft.
You guys are a suburban police department for one of the largest cities in America. You guys are all paid very well, and you don't have a fucking evidence collection kit. Like, that is the really pathetic part about this. Like, you know, fucking cops out in Hee Hawville, Ohio can collect evidence better than these guys. This part is pathetic.
Paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
Is that any different than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically.
And also, that Stop and Shop bag had all kinds of shit in it before. Do you know what the fuck was in that bag before? No, you don't. So there's a lot of differences. Other people have handled this bag repeatedly.
Basically the same bag.
Why did you use one of those rather than a bag that said evidence on it?
I don't know where that bag came from. I was in a personal car. Sergeant Lank was in a Tundra. If that bag is upside down, you wouldn't know it didn't say evidence on it. So I'm not sure where that bag came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalist as well.
Where did you store them before they were turned over to the criminals?
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator. Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness. Handing you a box, gloves, and some scissors. Let me ask you about that box. It has red tape on it. Why?
It's a secure and transfer of custody.
All right, chat. Let's see this. Okay.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lank.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist, to the state police lab.
After that glass was given to the criminalist, did you ever have possession of it again?
Never.
Did you ever package it or touch it again in any way?
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did you put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay. I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please. Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag? Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay. Cue for ID.
When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6 inch.
What's a berm?
It's basically a curbing,
Like
but
a
it's
little
made of
curve.
asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We're trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes,
About what time?
a little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
at 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank
Did you travel together or separate?
together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time.
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for
activity
clues
training.
when you're speaking to people, whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, there's certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What happened?
Uh,
How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, no, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
Okay.
not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert.
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he went to the kitchen area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Was there anything about it that caused you to hone in or be concerned?
No.
I'll allow that.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No, nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner. And I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's.
You kind of got onto that too late.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until, I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a Sally Port?
Sally Port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors, then numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We typically go in door 4 and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the Sally Port can only be opened by the dispatch council.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sally Port area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, Who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Please.
So here we
Mr.
go.
Jackson, is
Chad.
this video up there yours or is it the Commonwealth?
Don't mind.
Here we go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I look at my face like what?
Mr. Gallagher,
You've
you
heard-
have already established that you were at the scene
The problem is, I already heard like this guy was very memorable to hear how incompetent these people were, and it was just so stupid.
on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've shown, that you talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on the scene. You've already described that.
Yes, that is correct.
There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially, let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to I think you're the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief,
That
correct?
is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
No, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
You were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well.
Yes, it was
So,
my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name.
I do.
Who is Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have...
I don't know how they assign the cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I know he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, the person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of and documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully.
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, I briefed my superiors, yes.
Okay, other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
I didn't.
You didn't write a report?
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this
I
investigation.
only did the metadata report. I did not write a report at the scene.
You never, in fact, the fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
You didn't memorialize that in any formal way.
And that's
on
a
Canton
big
PD
problem
letterhead
here.
to describe what you did.
And that's a very big problem. You're in charge of this and you didn't document anything you did. You didn't do a report. That's someone else's job. Like, you're in charge of these guys and nobody wrote a report. Again, that's the big problem here. Nobody writes any reports. Like, normally do you not just write reports? Now, the scary thing is his answer might be, oh yeah, we never do. But in reality, you should say, yeah, we always write reports. You're trained to write reports. Cops are always told to do reports.
And how you did it at the scene.
Yeah.
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know if there's a crime committed at this time. My
Understood.
responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write the reports myself. I'm the supervisor. It's
Although-
my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged, those types of things.
Under ordinary circumstances,
So
you
your
would
job's
call
to make
the
sure
scene
reports are
supervisor, and
written?
you would oversee.
Reports have to be written. Did you make sure people wrote reports? Because you didn't write a report.
What other people are doing. What your
That's
subordinate-
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing. You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things back.
Correct. Detective Sergeant likes investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, right, the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lang, to pick up the drinking glass to recover it as a potential piece of evidence,
That is
correct?
correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You also directed someone to get a bag to put the plastic containers in and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance, you were the centerpiece of the recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the scene at, what time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Obviously, reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it up in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That's correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe you did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant Good?
Yes.
But you did not.
I did not.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
one of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene?
No.
About where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you did write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
Yeah, conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the deputy chief of Canton Police.
He was active on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of he was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail,
That is correct.
at least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay, what's the reason that you want to preserve the scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence to make sure nothing is disturbed.
Correct.
Civilians can't trace through, walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase, forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene is best efforts, it's best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. Correct?
Yes, yes,
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
that is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lang generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay,
Sergeant Lang,
and Mr. Good and Sergeant Good as well.
right. Sergeant Lang never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lang that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement.
Okay.
But
So-
I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the
Correct.
scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, CARS.
I think there was one. Crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's a forensic, a member of NSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say, I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It wasn't. It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes,
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Fairview, correct?
that is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
Right. But the police officer who was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish a formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree on
no.
that?
You have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It's very
I'll try again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS,
No.
ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I wasn't. I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was, and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there.
Insisting in no documentation at all. That's a great answer.
You Brian Tully is.
No, I just
I
didn't
did-
do shit.
You reviewed Brian Tully's report.
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong. You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper
But
Tully. was
still,
present.
you didn't write-
Tully never
nobody
asked me any
wrote
questions. I don't
reports.
recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meaning they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road, not me.
So you just said something that I want to follow up on.
Okay.
The report's not clear, correct?
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate report.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting the wording.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report.
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruiser to 34
Okay.
Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes,
And you were aware that the CARS team was there so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do
Right.
believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document, photograph, I guess it could, I would agree. If it means take measurements, I wouldn't know.
Okay. Did you tell any of the members of the CARS team where you believed John's body was?
I believe it was Trooper Proctor, but I believe he was there, yes.
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct.
So he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
The CARS report. That's 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
of Mr. O'Keefe
oh, no,
at the location.
no, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 8 to 10 feet off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right. So you don't
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. If you don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could- Only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes,
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client. Did
He did not know.
he? You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lang.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lang or separate cruisers?
Which time? I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe. Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time.
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph. You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank.
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that. Let me back up and ask you a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material.
Yep, here we go.
I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You hadn't tested it.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience.
That's not abnormal recording yourself processing a scene.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles. I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck that is not marked, but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as a ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did
Yes.
you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's a blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD,
Yeah.
you could have gone back and done a swab.
Could have.
But you didn't.
Didn't want to because of the weather, because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
Still, in a blizzard, I've looked at 3 minutes in good weather, probably 4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
I'm not sure.
So let's call it 12, 15 minutes. You certainly could have done that. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material.
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene with photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave. I didn't ask you if you
I
were leaving the
needed
scene.
the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called Sean, Sarge, go home and do leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten the swabs, even if the lieutenant, ranking lieutenant, had dispatched him to go get a swab.
because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lane could have gotten him as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay.
Which that, he tried to say, oh, there's nobody that could have done it. Oh, one of my sergeants could have done it. And you didn't send people back. It makes you guys sound like fucking idiots. Makes you sound highly incompetent. It doesn't make me trust anything you did. You couldn't do the bare minimum right. He's like, nope, I guess we fucked up.
What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. After Tom Keller, right?
The lieutenant of detectives, yes.
Right. And Lieutenant Keller gave you red solo cups.
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
Yep, they hold liquid terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally. I mean, they were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safety, right?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material? So what are the factors that you considered, weight and balance, in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't.
There's a
Then you would
lot
have
more
two
than
sets of DNA
harm.
when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on who's DNA.
There's a lot of shit that would harm that, man. Are you telling? So you're telling me it's okay to let it get exposed to all kinds of elements and contaminants? Is it okay to let people sneeze on it? Is it okay to dirt to get in it, grime to get in it? Is it okay to leave it in a sally port where it could get exposed to petrochemical fumes? Is all of that okay? Did they teach you that was okay to do? No, you're supposed to protect it against everything.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yes.
While you were, let me stay on this for a second. So obviously there's a reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're going to put on a mask. Right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles. Right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But when you go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they
Sure.
walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So there are protocols, and you said just a second ago, Gallagher, well, it's DNA, unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
That's not quite what you said. You were suggesting that it's hardy enough, that it doesn't really matter
No.
if it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, just that's everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by contamination.
Okay. So it could be contaminated with debris, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spill when you're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically,
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
they did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups. We don't know as we sit here where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag, you know exactly where it came from and who's handling it.
Not necessarily.
It comes from a manufacturer
Sure.
whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence. In, say, for instance, I don't know, the investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think about some of the most important investigations around. The manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Canton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do,
You
yes.
mentioned almost tongue in cheek, but except for the price, it's probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
What would the reason? What's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop, we'll pay 10 cents.
Yeah.
But that bag's not really good. Who's, where it's been, or who's handling it, right? It's got my milk and my eggs in it, really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
And that's a great point. You guys have all this shit and you don't use it. They're better off using Ziploc bags. I agree. So this is just awful. Were those samples stored? No, remember the samples were stored in the garage. They were just kept in a bag that sat on the floor.
know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of
Well, the good one mentioned the price.
that. Oh, no. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry, we're speaking over each other.
I
Okay.
apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young. No, wait.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price like every other law enforcement agency because of that, correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those solo cups were placed in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes,
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
it was closed and Sergeant Lang transported it to his vehicle. Yes,
When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
correct.
It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around.
Uh,
Assume they melted.
yes,
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
that's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
And you indicated that those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, a temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never seen an evidence log indicating that those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence locker.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerated unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Right. We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, I want to ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not the evidence officer.
No.
There is, it's all computerized.
Yeah, this is an example of the incompetence of the investigation. This is the beginning of it, where you guys get to learn. If you didn't remember the first trial, or you weren't here for it, you find out how garbage it exactly was. And it was absolute hot, stinking garbage. He's like, I don't know if there's any evidence logs. You're a lieutenant. They didn't teach you all this stuff. Part of your job as a lieutenant isn't to make sure shit is in order. And remember, he says February 1st he put him away. That means like those couple days in January, they sat in the garage getting contaminated. They weren't put in right away.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct.
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there's a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mhm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Because it needs to have a trace of where it goes and who touches it and who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into the, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have.
It's a very strict process. It's a very strict process. We don't let anybody in there. Except we don't keep logs. So how do we actually know if there's only 2 people ever in there? We don't really know who's doing shit there. It's a strict process, but you don't document it. Come on now.
Access to the permanent once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or if it has to be transported to another agency, or if an officer needs it removed from evidence for further inspection, the admin sergeant will take care of that.
That's the way it's.
Ms. Fitz-Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, at least at this time.
All right.
And that's absolutely devastating. Like, can you trust any of this? No, you can't. So, I mean, so much stuff got messed with. Now, guys, here's the thing. Like, going through that Katie McLaughlin thing, I think he overplayed that too much. He should have left it alone, left some unanswered questions on the table. This is where the money was to be made today. This is where the money was to be made. And I think they should have really focused on, they would have got more out of getting out of him. Although extending this over 2 days really will look bad for Hank. So And Burley, I get. Here's my thought to you: if she really did it, are you willing to satisfy and are you willing to condone this type of misconduct by the police and say that's okay, convict her? Because that means the cops are going to keep doing that. They haven't learned anything, and that's something that's a big problem for me. If they keep doing this, can you really trust them to be good at some point? Yes, he has all night what to think about. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. What was so important about the DNA when they had a body and no crime? Because you never know when you're going to need it. So collecting all the DNA and making valuable samples, you don't know what you're going to need, so there's nothing wrong with it. So, all right. So I think that's it. Then let's just double check.
Thank you.
So jury session today, the same four cautions.
Got a secondary issue. Here we go. Oh, it's a sidebar. Never mind. We don't get to see it. Paul tired. Paul wish he could yell at Karen lady. Karen lady make Paul sad still. Paul wonder where juror go. Did jurors go to a big room in back building? Now they chase across sky like sun. Paul never catch jurors. So yeah, there we go. I really, Paul, I wish he could bang the mistress on the stand. Yes, mean Karen lady mean. So, yes, Paul missed front seat fun. Why do I see that, Paul? Because he's such an asshole in the way he's conducted himself through his interviews. It's so douche canoeing. And he's such an asshole. I mean, how big of an asshole do you have to get when the jurors are like, you're intimidating us? I mean, Paul seems like a scumbag in his own right. So, yeah, he's making a lot of faces from the front seat. Who is Paul? Paul was that bald guy. That's John O'Keefe's brother. He's been sitting up in the front, and the jurors got all intimidated by him. So ultimately, guys, this is where they need to start working on things. I would have saved like all that information to go after the McLaughlin girl. Save it for going after Brian Albert. Save it for going after Matt McCabe, because I'm assuming Matt McCabe's going to get called. So I think it's important there. They could have done it different ways. Oh, you're welcome. Paul needs to hang out Mongo from Blazing Saddles, yes. The jurors were intimidated by him. They said that? Yeah, from what we understand, they moved him. There's a reason why he's not allowed to sit in front of the jurors anymore. Angela says, I'm back from the Met Gala chat. I forgot that was tonight, so hopefully people get dressing like the fucking Hunger Games. Did the jury in this trial or last year's complain about Paul? The jury in this trial did. Luke says, I don't know. I think Hank's limiting the party guests as much as possible. Yeah, but I don't know if they can really do this case without having Matt McCabe called. The Colakethis is you don't really need. You've heard that name. They testified the first time. And Lally, that was when we had like 85 people testifying about the high top tables at the back of the bar and the band that was playing. It was so cringe, and we'll see. Met Gala? No, it's the Gala. I think we'll see Caitlin and maybe Brian Jr. Well, you're going to see Brian Albert, too. I don't think Hank can let Brian not take the stand. Brian has to go, too. So. The Met Gala does look like the Hunger Games. Never thought of that. Luke says the Greeks didn't go to 34 Fairview. Yeah, but they were very much an integral part of the case last time. Like, they weren't bad witnesses. I thought that they were part of like dropping people off and shit. It was just really confusing last time. Okay, the rumor is the defense complained and then Bev saw it. Yeah, which there you go. Also, well, if Bev saw it, that's really bad. Also was Kate Peter who got mad at Valhalla. Well, that's funny. Let's see here. I think they got a shot. I think he's got a shot at letting Brian Elmer go. Higgins feels more likely given the text. Well, yeah, that's. I mean, well, those two. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know, Chad. We will find out. So let's see here. What else we got? We got a couple more comments and stuff to get through. That's James says creativity isn't generally something I look for in a crime scene, though. I don't disagree with you, but I mean, like, it was gonna get all covered up, so got to try something. So I give him credit for that. Yeah, would I tack it and say, "Well, God, you guys ruined shit and acted like morons"? Yes, but if as a prosecutor, I go, "That's a brilliant fucking idea. Good job." Kathy, your realtor in Jersey, is saying, when did the broken, where did it come from? We don't know because they haven't talked about that yet. From the bar or the house, we don't know. That hasn't been said yet. Although I think there's some later information that came from one of the bars. I think that came out last time. But, won't be the first time people walk out of a bar with a drink. I don't, guys have probably been people do that all the time. Happens a lot. More often than bars want to admit. The Chugi Show is saying, also thank you for the super chat, Kathy. The Chugi Show Live is saying, what if a 9-year-old picked up the bag and exposed it to the cocaine? Poor bag. That would be bad. Bama Law says, when I was a CSU tech, I hated writing those goddamn reports. Even the supervisors wrote them. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, these people, nobody's writing reports. No one's documenting things. That's the scary part. Like, how much other shit have they fucked around on before? Makes you wonder. Burley Sullivan says, Reed fucked up when she drunkenly ran John over. I mean, I get that's your thought, but how do you account for the fact he doesn't look like he got run over? I mean, like, I think we both can agree the Trooper Paul's version of there was like some sort of pirouette backflip spin John did through the air. That didn't happen. How do we account for John getting struck but no injuries? Like that are conducive to that. That's the biggest problem here. Will this investigation continue if Reed is found not guilty? I mean, they can't really. They can't. They can't. Because at the end of the day, what are they going to do? They pinned all their shit on Karen. They said it was her. They said it was her. Everybody said, I hit him, 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 and I hit him. Anybody who gets charged with it after this can basically say, you guys did 2 whole fucking trials going after Karen Reed. Now you're saying it's my fault? That's reasonable doubt all day long. So no, this is it. If they don't get it to work, they're done. So, the evidence doesn't support a collision. I understand. What I was saying, G-Rock says they don't have tents in Massachusetts. I know they could have taken one of those easy tents and just kept it like 2 feet off the ground, but they didn't. Aaron saying, but Sean, he said he used a leaf blower so he wouldn't break glass. He used as an example of something that he would look for, but now, like after the fact, it makes sense. But you don't know what's in the, like, I think a better answer, and this is why I'm surprised being a 34-year officer, we don't know what's on the scene. So if we start shoving things in there with a shovel, we could break all kinds of things and destroy all kinds of things. That would have been the more accurate answer, but he didn't give it for some reason. So. Let me see here. They have to find who did it. Well, they won't be able to. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Too late. You already said Karen did it. Well, now it's someone else. Does that mean Karen didn't do it and you were wrong? Is that like, when did you find out you were wrong? Are you going to apologize to Karen? Like, so like, no, they can't afford to go after anybody. This is it. I mean, if I'm on a jury from now on, I'd be like, who the fuck, like, you guys, all I have to say is you tried the same woman twice and you still didn't do it. Will Proctor testify? He has to testify. Hank has to call him. Hank has to call him. If he doesn't, that's a big admission on his part. He's got to deal with it. He's your lead detective. You got to call him. You can't not. That looks really bad. I don't think it's clear who did it. I don't think we'll ever know. Karen Reed's going to own half that time she wins her case. People coming in and making statements on the stand is not defamation. And even then, no. It's going to be like Kyle Rittenhouse. Get to leave and like slink off in the darkness. So we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. But I think we're all caught up, guys. Where are we? Where's that Higgins? I can see that. I can see that. Cool Channel Name says, was she arrested eventually? Yes. Karen was pretty much arrested early on in the thing. Karen will either leave there if she gets a 2-word verdict. Yeah. She'll also leave with 8, multi-million, double-digit figures of millions of debt. That's not good. Karen Reed was never arrested. Oh, no, she was arrested and charged. Happened a long, long time ago. But it happened. I mean, like I said, at this point, I just want to see John and Peggy suffer on top of everything else. Yeah, she was arrested and charged during COVID, so yeah. Yep, when she didn't take a plea, they indicted her for murder. Yep. Yeah, she was arrested February 3rd. Yep. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I would agree her legal bills are going to be millions of dollars. Oh, tired boy, you have no idea what happened today. Yes, I'm completely exhausted. All kinds of intense stuff that makes me want to just jump off a bridge right now. So, yes. To be Flair's a nice haircut. Thank you. So, there we go. Was she arrested during the 5150? No, she'd been released. She got released she got released pretty quick. She was calm. So, she was calmate. So, but yeah, guys, let's see here. Bebop and Rocksteady, is there any camera footage from around town to confirm timelines or ring camera video from the neighborhood? Not that we know of. I don't think that's happened yet. Yeah, her bond was only $100K. But no, I don't know. I don't think there's anything out there. Like the footage we have of is the car leaving town. Like everybody heading out of downtown. That's all we have. We don't have anything else. There's no other ring cameras and stuff. I mean, keep in mind from 2022 to today, that's a big jump in things, but I mean, it's still there's still not a lot of them. And I don't know if these cameras would have been able to detect everything. Because remember, at this neighborhood, these houses are kind of all offset from the road. So. There was a ring camera, but it went missing, yeah. There's Canton Library footage that's conveniently missing the exact time it would have caught Karen driving by. I wasn't aware of that, but I guess that's not a surprise. There's more hiding out there. Yes, a lot of drunk people were involved in this. Basically, everybody involved in this, except for Kerry Roberts, was drunk. Okay, and the paramedics, okay. But everybody, all the regular, all the lay witnesses, a lot of them pretty much were all drunks that night. Drunk as shit. So. But yes, this whole thing is convenient. There's a lot of convenience. It came up in trial 1, it did? Okay. Gotta say it twice. I guess I forget all the little bits, but there's enough of the big bits you'd I don't know. So, you make me sleepy, blogger. Well, there you go, guys. So, pretty sure the EMTs were drinking as well. Well, it's Boston, so It's not a surprise. All right, chat. Well, I think we are all caught up for today. We will do day 10 tomorrow. Yeah, and Ryan's right. The amount of non-report writing is baffling. Yeah, and secondary reporting officers write a report after leaving a scene. Everybody writes reports. Even fire departments, they have to write reports because they have to keep account of things too. God forbid they get sued. But nobody wrote a report at all. That's really disturbing. No one at all. So, Luke says it was big back when the state was refusing to provide discovery. Remember, at that time, I still was not involved with this because I had my concerns about Turtle Boy. So, remember, you guys didn't convince me until like right before the trial started. So, yeah. So, but yes, you have to write reports for just being on job sites. Yeah, like, well, you're a professional. The Canton police are not professional. So, but there you go. All right, chat. So I will see you guys tomorrow night, 6 p.m. We'll be back at it and we'll get started. So just remember until next time, chat. Just because Karen may have done it does not mean she's guilty. And honestly, she's still not guilty. I'm not convinced they're going to find her guilty. And we're still a long way to go from that. So, but I will say, like I said, Hank is a lot better than Lally, but that doesn't mean so much when you're already dealing with garbage behavior. So we'll see you tomorrow, chat. We'll see. It's a new day. More cross-examination, too. So take care, chat. Good night.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick hated yelled